sure that's going through. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. See Pope and Thesta there. Yeah, I do wish the actual handles were back as opposed to wait, yeah, instead of the ats. Would be good. But there we are. Oh. But yeah, we are back for some gaming today. We are going to get back to some programming this week as well. We'll see how that go. Out of the way here. My I'm old blankets. Indeed. Let's see. We have Molly and Ember's spot. Ember wriggling around on the side of the table. Sammy and it looks like Sherbet there and on the bed. Can't see where Mason is. But I'm sure they'll show up. Ember is in kind of nuisance mode. Okay, where were we? That's right, we had wrapped one up. No, we had just started the disco. Yes, hello, Ember. Hello. Ember is being very squirmy. Very squirmy. Have I heard of Spelunky? Yes. I've tried playing it a little bit. It's okay. I've known another streamer that has played it extensively. There was a period where I was... let's turn that down a little bit. There was a period where I was extensively playing roguelikes. Due to the whole, we played Noida a lot thing. So we tried it during that period, but it never really clicked, Oh, welcome over there. I'm trying to think if we've had anybody that mentioned Ukraine as where they're from. Hello, local Therian. Let me think. I've heard that term before. Don't worry if you aren't comfortable chatting or you're not familiar with the language. I only speak English and only understand English. But regardless, I am pleased to have you here. Welcome. If I had to guess, it's that they're probably going to end, that they would probably end up tailoring the streams more tightly to the language that the person is viewing it. A lot of times shadow banning, the whole concept of it is often misused as a label. Well, thank you, Therian. I appreciate it. Doesn't matter how much, you know, I'm glad you gave. Oh, hey, the alerts are working. I'm always curious to see if they will. All of my alerts are rigged up custom because I have to deal with 2 platforms worth of them. Yes, I am from, I'm from the U.S. Well, thanks for swinging through, Ryman. Yeah, we've been on a bit of a tear with PowerWash lately. I really enjoyed the first game. Really liked the first game. So, of course, we had to jump in when the second one dropped. Well, thanks for swinging through as well, Therian. Have a good day. But I do have scheduled for tomorrow another game dev stream. We'll see what I decide to do during that stream. We are in a position where we could do a little more sprite work and have a sort of general model. Oh, thank you for the follow over there on Twitch, Veerstrom. I need to rig up an alert for follows and subscribes. I said they are custom, so I need to come up with a pattern for it, but I feel like there's something I could do for that. Maybe I'll use that little screen on my left. Learning code can be daunting initially, but it's with a little persistence, you start rolling with it. Angel, can you come back to the farm? We had another mishap, this time with our tractor. Okay, so that'll be a small job. You will accumulate tech debt. From a realistic perspective, it's inescapable. If a team has no tech debt, it's less that they never accumulated it, and more that they're really good at making realistic project decisions. Now, you will have a pile of things that you want to accomplish, but that pile of things is subject to the same rules. You need to be willing to make decisions about what you're actually going to do short-term and long-term. And that's just a good life lesson. That's just a good skill to cultivate. Like, there are elements of my project I have wildly changed my mind on over the course of it, and that changes the direction. Whole swaths of things that used to be things like, oh, I've got to finish that. No, I don't. We're not doing that no more. It has ceased to be a project requirement. I mean, it's not dissimilar from managing that kind of thing. Like, dealing with it in your life. If you need to get things done, or you want to get something done, you need it to set up a process for ensuring it happens. And that can differ wildly from person to person, from team to team, how you need to do it. In a past life, I worked on 2 different types of software development team as far as their objectives. One of them was a team that mostly worked on maintaining a legacy code base. And that code base had, that process had completely different requirements for how the team would interact with issues. Like, the things that team needed to do were determined on the fly. Like, right now, what is the most important thing to be doing at this minute? Whereas on another team, it was very project-based. It was, what are our goals for the quarter, and what do we need to be doing right now to drive towards those goals? There are very different ways of operating, very different ways of looking at the things you need to do. And the same is true for if you're making a big, like, multi-million-dollar company published AAA style game, or you're just writing something yourself. Because if it's writing something yourself, you're the one that you need to build the plan for. So build a plan that works for you first. Like, I will say it's ultimately good to have, like, I say design document, but design document is really rigorous for what I'm going to talk about, and that's more of like a current vision document. Like, written down somewhere, you have a, this is how I want this to turn out. This is the kind of game I'm trying to make, and these are the things it will have. Then it's like, okay, when I'm putting together my objectives, when I'm working on things, it's always good to look at it and say, does this serve one of these goals? Like, if I do this, is it advancing towards this thing I want? And if it is, fantastic. You are moving forward. If it isn't, then you need to evaluate not only that thing, but your vision. Because your vision might have changed. And if the vision changes and your priorities change, that changes the pile of tech debt substantially. Sometimes it is effectively, all of this goes away in its entirety because we have completely changed the goal. Well, perhaps doing it again, you will have learned from what you did the first time, and maybe this next one will be better. Or at the very least, a little faster, because you've done it before. Yeah, there's a great deal to be said for learn by doing, you know? There's no shame in the engine doing a lot of heavy lifting for you. There's no shame in that at all. That is knowing your tools and leveraging them. It is a not uncommon kind of thought trap that people get into entering big projects like that, and that's that if I don't do all of this myself with my own custom code, then I'm not a real boy programmer. I'm not doing it right. And that is wrong on its face. If you have tools available, use them. Or at the very least, consider them for use. Like, does all of the physics and whatnot that Godot is presenting to you serve your, like, fulfill the needs that you have for the project as it is? Because if it does, why would you write it yourself? Aside from wanting to. Never discount just wanting to do it. No, you know, don't put yourself down because you're using the tools. I'm certainly not going to think less of you if you don't do all of your, you know, your coding in like Emacs on a console, on a terminal, on a Sun workstation or something. No, like, programmer elitism is something that you should be aware of and realize that it's something that you can largely discount. In fact, almost entirely discount. That doesn't mean that people don't know things and that you can't extract knowledge from people being, you know, elitist jerks. But it's to take into account what they're actually saying to determine if you need to actually change course. Like, I'm not doing my coding in C. I could. I absolutely could do my coding in C. But I choose not to, because I find C# more friendly, and thus I don't have to deal with the particular idiosyncrasies that C brings along with its capabilities. That is a choice I've made, but you will have people that say, like, well, you should be doing, like, Unreal Engine in C. That's how you really make a game. It is. I have frequently quoted it, and it is kind of common knowledge, but Undertale is a wildly popular game. Really successful. Both, I think, in craftsmanship and in, like, game craftsmanship and, like, popularity. Undertale was written in, I think it's in Game Maker, which is a, it's a robust platform of its own, with its own way of doing things, but that is a particular tool set. And Toby Fox was not a programmer. And I think, to their own admission, they probably still don't consider themselves one. But they made a fantastic game despite that. Which should always be an indicator. Yes, you can learn to code even if you have no background in it. Yes, you can use whatever tool set that you want. But it does serve you to be aware of the limitations of that tool set. I want to make a fully immersive graphic. I want to make a MMORPG with fully immersive graphics and, all those kind of bells and whistles, and then say, and I'm going to do it in RPG Maker. Well, okay, is your goal to flex, or is your goal to actually get done? In the same vein, I'm going to make Pong, and it's going to have low-res pixel graphics. Maybe you don't need Unreal Engine for that. But ultimately, if you're just starting out, make a choice. Grab one of them, find any of the inevitably, piles of tutorials, and just roll with it, Hello, Sambar. Welcome. Welcome. It's not apparent we are continuing our PowerWash Simulator 2 playthrough. I was discussing the coding project that we will be getting back to starting tomorrow. But for today, generally as long as I can, we will be power washing. Because I do intend to get through this. All right, Tibbs, thanks for swinging through. Hello, Ember. But good to have you back, Sambar. Sorry if I don't fully recognize you. YouTube is on its let's use account names instead of user handles again thing. No worries, Sambar. Sometimes we decide we want to do different things with our spare time, you know? It's one of those things that it's good to be okay doing that. Like, you should never feel obligated to keep consuming a type of media if you don't feel like continuing to consume it at this time. Like, you have no obligation to a streamer to watch them. Like, if people like to watch my streams and or give me money for streaming, I am all for that, but I'm not going to twist your arm one way or the other. Doesn't help that my channel is a name that is not frequent in a lot of areas and a archaic term. Yeah, stream is moving along, Pope. Stream is moving along. Hit the ground running with PowerWash, and we had some programming chat. To see if either Friday or maybe some other point, ideally this week, I've got to do some rewiring for the rig, and there's excavation involved, and it's gonna take some time, and it's always nice to have, you know, your choice of what to do with some time. It's a nice feeling, you know? Like, I have no obligations in the near future, so I can do what I want. It's like the old roller disco is finally making a comeback. Zeno Ellington and Thor Clifford. Slay, can't wait, open already. Finally, hope they changed the boots, though. Those things were slower than a turtle in a cooler when I was a kid. Kind of a morbid saying. That weren't the boots, Reg. That was the sticky floor from spilling your slushies all over. Didn't spill a drop. My persistent verticality at rollers can be independently verified. I guess we'll see about that. Ma'am. Ma'am. How about you sit here, huh? No? Okay. Yeah. Ember being needy. Oh, okay. Beverage going here. Talked about Warframe and how I couldn't process because I could make something a year ago. I might reinstall it. I used to play Warframe a lot. Hey, Dodds. Indeed we do. Used to play Warframe a whole lot. That was before I was really streaming much. Eventually I got tired of the grind in Warframe, and the direction they've gone with the game, content-wise, just hasn't really done it for me since then. Let's think if there's any games on the horizon that really have my attention. I mean, eventually we might get back to Blueprints and Hitman. I mean, both of those were fun. We kind of got on a coding tear, and then this game dropped, and well, here we are. Still got that project I'm working on. Ideally, it will be something before the end of the year, you know? But we'll have to see. I do like to segment them like this. What kind of games do I play right now? Let's see. Still occasionally dabble in Helldivers. They're in kind of like a fix cycle right now, so there hasn't been a lot of new stuff on that front. so I haven't been playing much of it recently. I've been playing a bit of Outer Worlds. I find the setting comical. Gameplay, nothing groundbreaking by any stretch, but the setting and the narrative is fun. There are a couple of other games that are just kind of whenever I feel like it kind of play. Recently dusted off Terraria and piled on some mods. I do have another one that is in kind of the cleaning simulator variety, which is the Goblin Cleanup, which looks like it could be fun. It looks like it will have the comically gory vibes of Viscera, but with potentially less jank physics. One of the big selling points of this game in particular, though, is that they put effort into the narrative of the game. Hey, there's Silent Night. Especially with in-game physics for me, there are a lot of games that include it for no good reason. I reference Bethesda games in that regard because most of them there's no reason to have in-world physics, you know? There are no gameplay mechanics that are clearly planned for and built in that are aided by the ability to pick up a dinner plate and place it somewhere in the world. Yes, there are silly meme things that you can do in some of those games, but overall, those physics systems tend to lead to really weird bugs. And a lot of them are the same kind of bug. The infamous Skyrim, if you get hit hard enough by a giant, you get sent into orbit. That kind of bug shows up in games like Viscera Cleanup, where if objects intersect just wrong, the physics system starts to make them jump around or vibrate in weird ways. There was many an instance in Viscera where you accidentally kick the water bucket, and instead of it just tipping over and making a pool, it ricochets around the room, or you put something in a bin, and suddenly that bin starts to vibrate and scatter everything around the room. In that way, the physics isn't facilitating gameplay, it's actively impeding it. And that's bad. Like, it's not bad that there is physics in the game world, it's just that the execution is a problem. Kitties is playing in the background, and she gets particularly noisy when she's playing. Hey there, Tass, and yeah. One good example of where physics systems popped into games kind of in an irrelevant fashion can just get annoying in weird ways is Starfield. Game had a lot of problems, but so Starfield had all those silly little physics objects. You know, every mug, every book, all of those things were things you could pick up and move around. Hooray. Well, one of the things that you could do in the game is have, like, a ship, and it would have modules in it. And those modules could be decorated. Well, the default modules in any ship were already fully decorated. So they'd have these chairs and tables and books and whatnot in them. Pencils and clipboards. If you removed those modules and replaced them with, say, anything else, all that stuff dropped into your inventory. Were there silly, mean things that you could do with those items? Yes. But did they actively make the game better? I would say no. And ultimately, they only existed in that fashion because of the engine that Bethesda made some time ago and just won't let go of. Yeah, books. Actually, yeah, books in things like Oblivion tasks. And I use Bethesda games because they are, I feel like, iconic of this problem. But books in those games are a prime example. Can you read them? Absolutely. Does it usually serve any purpose at all for you to be able to pick them up? None. None at all. And there are so many things in the world. It's just... Oh, here's another good example. So I mentioned I was playing Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds has... It's not universal pickups, but items appear all over the place. You know, like... ammo and all of that are all over the place. And especially, they will be in shops. Well, sometimes the shopkeeper's counter right next to them has an item on it. And because those items are set up as just like universal pickups that you can take, it is very easy to mispress a button and steal right in front of them. And that has, amazing consequences. But the things don't need to be set out in that way. You don't need to be able to interact with them in that fashion. That is a minor version. It's not the physics issue, but it is kind of indicative of the overall problem. Like, if you're going to sprinkle items all over, what they grant the player should be very apparent. What purpose they serve, Another Bethesda example, the bucket on the guard's head. Is it fun, silly, haha times? Yes, it is. But why? Like, mechanically, it almost certainly happened because you can manipulate the objects. The NPC models are collision objects, and the bucket is a surface that can obstruct line of sight. Another Dirt League skit on that same concept. But that is, you incorporated a system and then did not account for how that system behaves. Are any of these deal breakers, or do they fundamentally make things bad games? No. But I think the core of a lot of this is, if you're going to incorporate a system, it should be fully fleshed out within the game's ecosystem. Otherwise, you end up with elements in a game that are there ultimately either vestigially or in a way that acts as a burden on the rest of the game. Welcome back, Dodds. Here's another one. I've been watching a lot of videos on it. It's not a game that I would actually play outside of let's get together and, just play it with friends. But Dead by Daylight. So there is a progression system in, like, effectively random match play. You know, actual let's play versus other players, randomly selected by queue, kind of way. And that system is you get money tokens at the end of a round, and some of those tokens can be cashed in for things like skins. But one of the other things that you obtain over the course of it are expendables that are part of the equipment that you bring into a match. And these are things that are like part of gameplay, a core part of gameplay. Which ones you bring in on which character, and in what composition based on how you're what role you're taking on in the game. Those are a limited commodity, but again, they are a key part of gameplay. Why are they a limited commodity, and why do we need the advancement system to supply them? It ends up feeling bolted on. Like, the reason they're a limited commodity is because we declare them to be a limited commodity. But we also declare them to be, again, a necessary part of gameplay. You are at a significant disadvantage if you aren't picking the right ones of these. Anyone know who fronted the cash for this cleaning, most likely? Maybe Bucket On? His latest track's called Roll on My Bread. Cryptic clue? Feels more like more of a Gnomesy move. You remember when they sprayed clues to a buried treasure all around town? Yeah, it turned out to be a spice rack. Come on, y'all know this is straight out of DeMarcus Aurelius's playbook, right? Could be. I heard they've been single-handedly keeping that university running for years now. Horror game on live stream already? I have played horror games on live stream. I am very particular about horror games that I play. A lot of the ones that fall into the genre end up being scary monster, jump scare, hide in closet, and those aren't terribly fun for me. Like, sure, I get it, but I like atmospheric horror, and I like games that build a sense of dread. And if there's going to be a creature deployed, it can't just be it gonna chase you until you hide in closet. What was the one that I recently played? I can't recall the name, but a recent stream had it. That one was was pretty much entirely atmospheric. Was it great? Yeah. It was okay. I don't mind me a jump scare. I like the observation duty games. Apparently, the 8th one is in works, so we have that to look forward to eventually. A lot of the Chilla's art games are pretty good. They do have a couple of Oh No Run from Monster Hiding Closet style. But they also have a lot that are just this is creepy style. They did things like the haunted convenience store, that kind of stuff, where it's just successively creepy events playing out. Sometimes with secrets, sometimes not. But that would be a very simple way to sum things up, is games that present a creepy atmosphere. I feel like you get better results out of that, for me, than a lot of the standard horror. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, Sambar. There are a lot of games that I wouldn't like to play, or I don't like playing much, that I don't mind watching. Like, I don't mind watching, like, entertaining streamers play League. But do I want to actually play League? Not really. Maybe if it was with friends and they improved the bots. But, like, actual queued up rank play? No. I mean, Subnautica's got big monster creatures and deep water, and both of those things, like, potentially invisible or fast-moving monsters, and environments that are large and mysterious, can throw people off. You know, big dark ocean when something might pop out and get you. That is a thing that people have problems with outside of video games. Thalassophobia, yeah. I recall way back a game called EverQuest, which is inexplicably still running and getting updates. There was an area called Lake Rathe, or Wraith, or something like that. R-A-T-H-E. You know, before voice lines, so pronunciation. But it was a large, murky body of water. Like, in that water, you're lucky to be able to see, like, 5-10 feet in front of you. But there were monsters in it. and they would be a serious threat if you got caught by them. But a frequent direct path of transit was to swim the edge of that lake. And that any time you had to deviate from the edge of that lake, it always felt real intimidating, real scary. Add to it that there was always the urban legend of a Lake Rothe monster. Oh. There is something about PowerWash Simulator and my the VLC player that seem to not play nice with each other. But it always happens in the middle of stream, so... Let's see if I can spot it here. Nope. You dismiss that pop-up and it go away. I have to see if there's like an error log or something. I expect it's some, like, sound device usage conflict. Areas cordoned off here. I think we'll advance down the Urban X Power Washer line. Because it seems like the increased power gives us a little more flexibility in how far away we can use this thing. Which in turn means we need to spend time juggling platforms and whatnot less. And less time. %. I played a lot of MMOs, and oh yeah, I think there's an expansion or a follow-up to that one. That one where you have to navigate a crumbling oil rig over some sort of eldritch portal. That did have some height from the monster sequences, but they were much more, you have to avoid the thing as a map hazard, as opposed to it'll chase you into a closet. feel like there are a lot of horror games that instead of using the monster roams and will, you have to run away from it. I feel like they could just use like set piece QTE kind of maneuvers. Because you want the monster to be scary, which means you want the player's character to be afraid of it. So you can't present it in such a way that the player is kind of dunking on it, you know? Little Nightmares does a lot of reasonable, like, chase sequence ones, yeah. Hello, AFK. Welcome. This music track still reminds me a lot of the Alice Madness Returns game. Again, technically the first game too, but I feel like the second game was more memorable to me. Skull ball dealt with. Right there. Yeah, like I was mentioning, I find the narrative of the game amusing, and the whole process that it really is that sort of, like, do you find videos of people doing window washing or power washing just kind of soothing to watch? That whole, like, the removal of this shape. Sometimes it's things like, I don't know what it's called, but people will do painting by, spreading dollops of paint across each other, and the process of building it up and forming the shapes is less about the demonstration of the painting in form and more about the process of the layers and the addition and removing of. Still an artistic expression, but the video has more of that feel of a sequence of steps. Yep. I mean, I think that's a lot into the nature of game streaming, is sometimes folks don't have the time to do it. Sometimes it's not the kind of game that they want to play, but it's one that is... It's still enjoyable to see somebody do it. Now, there's the opposite of that phenomenon, and that it's, for some folks, it can be painful to watch some people play a game because they're not doing it the way that person would do it. That is a phenomenon that, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the advertisements for things like Hero Wars. Oddly, Raid Shadow Legends is a lot more honest about its content, aside from the gotcha element. But particularly egregious is Hero Wars. But one of the things they do with their advertisements is that they show somebody playing a simple game badly. And that feeds off of a particular reaction that some people can have, and that is I can do that better than these people. So that ad annoys them, and they want to go see it because they can do it better. Now, I particularly don't like the Hero Wars and related advertisements because they should frankly be considered false advertising. I believe they end up using very particular tricks that, at least in many jurisdictions, mean that it's technically true, it's technically gameplay that is included. You will see fine print in the ads that say, like, oh, this is a game that you can play sometimes using, like, tokens or something like that. So they put a little Hardly Ever Happens mini game in. So that they can put it in the advertisement. But the goal is not for that to be the gameplay. The goal is for, like, gotchas and whatnot. But essentially, the rage bait gets people in the door. Yeah. Yeah, and additionally, most of the advertisements, like lately, especially with AI video becoming a thing, are just false. That's not even what's in the game. You can really see it with some of the user interface that is shown in those games. Like, it has the AI doesn't know what text is or what straight lines really are problem. Thing that's annoying me the most about AI ads right now is that's all I'm seeing. Like, every still frame ad on YouTube, every ad that plays has that same formula of not really a person selling not really a product. Well, AI is cheaper if you're not really aiming to properly sell a product or to produce reliable results. Time and again, and this is, again, setting aside, like, scam product ads, Because their goal is just to get people to buy their useless crap, so they're not concerned. You know, the government doesn't want you to know about this amazing high-tech lighter that definitely isn't a knockoff Star Wars novelty toy, but we're going to present it as if it's a amazing new invention created by a genius. Sora is another overhyped bit of work. There are already efforts to make a feature-length film using that kind of thing, and it's already looking not good. It is people are able to produce videos, but it's in similar things, but they are the things that don't hold up under prolonged view, which means they're not something that's good for, say, long-term programs, long-term business plans, movies. And again, setting aside all of the copyright issues. Well, that's the thing. It's really bad for cheap ads, but their goal is not to have anything other than a bad advertisement. It doesn't need to be good. Like, the content that is generated in these bad ads is particularly terrible. It is very clearly not that person talking. The sentence structure and the general language is just awful. But it doesn't need to be. Because the thing they're selling is targeted at people that aren't going to look closely or that don't care. They'll buy the lie that the ad is saying regardless of how the ad looks. So that kind of advertisement, instead they just say, well, why would I hire a person for that? Because they'll accept garbage results. No, but I do love the fact that we have already got slur names for AI products. And I love the fact that there are tech bros that get offended when that name is used to describe their latest crummy chatbot. But in general, I think that's a good kind of general takeaway. Kind of what you're getting at there, Pope, is the AI products that we are seeing. A lot of them are viable in areas where the result doesn't have to be good. If all you need for the product to be viable is that it get out the door, or that people see it, or hear it, whatever, then you can usually get away with it. And like I said, most of these ads are flagrant. It's just, they're just bad. And I think, like you said, it's good for bad ads. But and bad videos and bad copies of other people's art. And if that's all you need, then it's viable. But that's not the thing that's being sold to people. What's being sold to people is that this is going to revolutionize their industry. It's going to replace all these jobs. And we are definitely seeing companies that have done big layoffs. And it's made the news. And then quietly, often not covered by the news, after that project fails terribly, they hire a bunch of those people back. Because they realized, hey, wait, this is a bad product. This is not revolutionizing our workforce. In fact, it has caused more problems. You have software developers that have been rehired, almost certainly with better pay, in order to be the nanny for the AI that initially replaced them. There is a YouTuber that frequently kind of talks about the failings of AI, like where it's not good. And they have a little skit that they've done that is essentially a company who cleans up after AI. That is, and that's not a myth. That's not a fake thing. Those are roles that exist now. Is this person is here to clean up both clean up after and to try to prevent the AI from breaking their databases or similar. But because we have a demented system for what companies consider advancement, it doesn't matter that they have all of the same people and in fact probably losing money on the AI. They can get up in front of their shareholders and say, we're using AI. And that's what matters, is that they can say they're using the sexy new technology. Not that it actually does anything for them. Fun tangential thing, semi-related, but still tangential. I got to see a fun video of a $80,000 humanoid robot that was supposed to be able to perform a variety of tasks, including cooking a meal. And the video is of it spraying the rice that it's trying to make into fried rice around and eventually tipping over. Do we already have automated tools that would be capable of doing that kind of thing? Yes. But they are fixed in place and purpose trained. As opposed to trying to be this amazing generalized system. Instead of trying to chase what is currently, in my opinion, and in the opinion of people brighter than me, not attainable. That's a trick, though, Pope. None of the stuff that we've got is really artificial intelligence. Everything that we're using right now is better termed machine learning. But AI is a sexier term. But the use of AI with all of the systems that we have currently is deceptive because it implies the intelligence. It asserts the intelligence is true, as opposed to creating the question of, is it intelligent? Well, Sonic, sometimes it can be healthy to step away from some types of media consumption. The reasons or validity of that action vary situation to situation. Now, you've even got research papers right now, published papers that you have some that will still say we're using machine learning, and some that will call existing algorithms that have existed for decades AI, because that's the sexier way to describe it. That's the way that will get you backers and funding, is if you say it's AI. Because the people yeeting money at all of this stuff don't care what it actually is, as long as it sounds like the cool new thing. But again, it's my assertion here, Pope, is that AI is the wrong term for a lot of this stuff. Now, we do have existing kind of popular media uses for it. Things like a bot in a game is not actually AI. A lot of times they're just a script of varying levels of sophistication. Not even using anything machine learning like. But the more generalized term of machine learning is these trainable algorithms, genetic algorithms, neural networks, LLMs. All of these things follow that same model. But by calling it artificial intelligence, you invoke science fiction. You know, these visions of robots that act like people and whatnot, your Star Trek Datas. But that's not even remotely what we have. Now, are these algorithms good for stuff? Oh, absolutely. LLMs are doing cool stuff in some research and the like. But do I trust it to do something like prescribe medications or diagnose conditions? No. Just like hard stop, no. And that's not because they don't sometimes outperform actual people. They can. It's that we know they often don't, and that we know that they confidently don't. I saw a fun example of this in terms of programming. It was a security researcher. And they were talking about how, yes, it will produce code. Like, it was something along the lines of, create a secure login system for me. and it wrote code, and it would let you log in. And he's like, okay, are there any security problems with this? Like, he reviewed the code, found some. And it was, okay, are there security problems with it? Asked the bot again. And it said yes, and it pointed out the problem that he found. And he said, well, fix it. And it mostly fixed that problem, but it could introduce others, and it did not find other issues. So you would have somebody alongside this program who is knowledgeable of it, that has to hold its hand like a junior programmer constantly. Because at any time, it could be doing something that would absolutely be avoidable. Hey, Deku. Welcome. We are power washing. And that's another one of those places with these, is you can use these as good, like, kickoff tools. Like, hey, find me an algorithm that does this. And then you take that and you piece it apart and figure out, how can I use this? The problem is when we abdicate our own decision making, when we toss aside developing a skill in favor of just trusting that it's doing it. Because again, they are often confidently wrong. Like, frequently. I believe we had a study that was 20% of the time companies reported that the LLM that they were using was wrong in a way that would be a significant issue. And then, in general, another 20 to 30% of the time, it was wrong in a way that would present a minor issue to them. So let's say 40% of the time, it is causing you problems. And that is on top of the fact that in order to do this, you would have to have a purchased per unit, per like query subscription with a company that is employing, or that has set up, a gigantic environmentally destructive data center. Like, those things are a blight wherever they are set up. They guzzle power and water. Some other fun things. So yeah, you have to trust the company. That is fantastically apparent due to products like Grok, which demonstrate the ability for individuals to go in and force those things to give particular answers in particular cases. Another fun one is that research has shown that previously there was a truism, there was this idea that was passed around with especially people trying to sell the LLMs, that as your data set got bigger, the ability for falsehood to creep into the data set was reduced. So this is the ability for the data set to be poisoned. So, for urban legends or Reddit nonsense to get into the data set, or in particular, poisoned artwork. So there are ways to modify an image that will confound an LLM. Hey, Symbiote. Yep, let's see. Okay, we've got 2 of them visible right now. That looks like Mason in the top right and Sammy. Let's see who else we can spot. Definitely one more. Okay, so we have Molly, who is, let's see, where are you looking from? Okay, you're in tall view, so upper left is Molly. By the water bowl is Sherbet getting a drink. Not visible currently is Ember and Sky. Trying to remember what they're called, but there are 2 different algorithms that are kind of big ones that are active, where it will create some artifacts, and they are increasingly obvious the more you do it. But it will essentially take an image that you give it, and it will make it so that when an LLM fuzzes it apart and identifies what's in it, it will actually see something else. So the idea that, like, you have a picture of a cat, but the way that the algorithm is going to piece it apart and look at it, it's going to see a dog or a car or a piece of toast. Doesn't matter. That's what's getting into the data set. And they've shown something like with very, very large LLMs, it only takes like 150 samples to start causing damage to it. Is it harder to do with text? Yes, but it's just a matter of persistence. All right, what do we got left? Oh, lots of stuff. All right. Hey, sharpshooter. Welcome. Okay. Bottom right is Sammy. Close. How tall is my model? Like, well, okay. So we have a joke, Sambar. So here's the full model. There is someone that we stream with frequently. That, traditionally when you're doing a VTuber collaboration or something, you put the models next to each other at about the same size. But they're very much not the same size, and the proportions are weird as a result. I am 4 feet tall. Her character model is about 6 foot something. So we periodically find it funny to actually put the images of the characters next to each other in proportion to their actual height. But yeah, she's very tall and I'm just a little guy. She is not. She is not. The fact that we have a very similar color palette to our models, when next to each other, has prompted fun things like, "Is she your mom?" I'll have to see if I can find that image. It's made extra amusing when you account for actual age, which I will not mention, but I will say that how to say it? Well, I'm older than her. Character / lore age, I am way younger than her. Here. The ears can droop on my character model. They can droop a lot more than it normally does. Sambar, I am the proto-nano type, the first of the new product line of the Catbot Corporation. After the original production phase was completed, I took over the factory in a completely planned way as far as the corporation is concerned officially. And the lead researcher and developer of the nanotype line consensually and non-destructively gave me his mental engrams so that I would be capable of running the factory and developing the line further. Job complete. Uh, the damage to the model to the robot is entirely because of prototype testing. I'm the first one, so we had to verify that everything would work properly. It has nothing to do with any sort of issues during the passage of responsibility for the factory. Nothing at all. Everything was above board and consensual. I admit, out of all the harebrained schemes I've had, carrying a live bee's nest by tractor up there would be up there. You know what? Let's just soap it up. Ow, Amber. Pointy toes, pointy toes. Being very squirmy, ma'am. Squirmy. Disruption via cat is happening right now. She gets very insistent when she wants attention. Yeah, actually, we're going to take a quick break. I will be back in just a few minutes. Now, if you like what you've seen so far and would like to see more, folks, remember to like, comment, subscribe, that kind of thing. It does help the channel grow. And we're back. Yes, and hello, Ember. Says, good, you're back. Mentioned before, but what the soap seems to do is it replaces the dirt layers with essentially a minimum cleaning requirement layer. So just any amount of water cleans it off that way. Thought it'd be simple. Carefully hitch the nest to the back of the tractor. Away we go. Okay, yeah, that's going to be terrible. Quick mosey to the hollow willow tree on the edge of the farm. Job done. No. What kind of puzzle are you playing, Sambar? Sure of what kind of puzzle that is, but still. I've done some puzzle game streams. I like nonograms. I'm sure there are other kinds of puzzle that I would like, but you know. Little bits, you know? Hey there, Donald. I had one. Real cheapo one. But, some of its parts broke. Didn't really see a lot of use. They can be very useful for particular, like, cleaning situations. But I did not frequently encounter those. Again. There. Essentially, anywhere you can see the white of the soap is still considered dirty after the soap sets. I turned the engine on, the hive started shaking, and the whole swarm emerged. Wait, there were so many bees on me, I thought we were gonna fly. Not a single sting, though, and we're already well on our way to our first something of organic honey, I think. Unclear. Yeah, the difficulty with this one comes in because of all the fiddly bits, not for any, like, amount of ground to cover. There's just a lot of little things. Sounds like you're playing a version of Dead by Daylight that only has the generators. Semi-related to Dead by Daylight. I don't know what it's called, but it's still in development. Like, it really seems like they've got a little bit of a ways to go yet. But it is a similar concept in that it is, you know, an asymmetric game where you have a smaller number of players attempting to escape the monster. And it is presented as a creepy old, like, circus/theater, with the monster being a mechanical magician and the players being mechanical bunnies. The gimmick being that the I can't remember how the bunnies escape, but all of them want these special wind-up keys. If the magician gets a hold of a bunny, they can take any key that they've found. They can essentially shake any items out of them. And they can upgrade themselves using that key. But it seems interesting. It removes, personally, the kind of weird, this doesn't line up thematically issue that Dead by Daylight has, where all of the killers are just about dealing with the base rules of the entity. Everybody just, deals with generators. That's all it is. Much more cohesive theme, Oh, the silent monks up at the temple? It was from the first game. They've been getting very excited seeing you here at the farm. Almost squeaking with delight, in fact. Feeling that it's going to be a bit of a hassle getting behind these wheels. You'll have to wonder what makes it qualify as a TYRE instead of a TIRE. Nice. Aqua Regis, it is time for you to come to clean our temple. Yeah, I mean the vehicles tend to be smaller targets, like kind of easy maps, but that took a bit. Oh, we're inside the temple. Blessings, chosen one. It is an honor beyond measure to finally have you within the hallowed walls of our temple. Can't wait to watch you work. Hey there, Drew. Living right at the start of another level. Can't believe it. Finally, the Master of the Flow is here. So is this temple related to the same... Gotta level with you. This job might be quite heavy going. The temple hasn't been washed for centuries. So is it that this temple, the people in this temple, follow the religion that resulted from the aliens going back in time to ensure that power washers existed in the relevant areas? That is a very odd thing for people to get upset about there, Drew. I mean, was it in context of what she was a weirdo because of that they were upset? Or just general internet upsettedness? Ah, okay. General internet upset, then. And a term of endearment? How dare! Like, there are particular things that are generally defined by cultures that can be considered kind of universally not okay, both by culture and by law, but for the most part, pretty much should assume to be that relationships operate within their own constraints. The things that are okay for one relationship, regardless of how it's structured, might be completely not okay in another, you know? How did I find out about PowerWash Simulator? I can't recall what the circumstance was. I know I saw some people, like, playing it once, but I can't remember if it was just I saw the game. I think it was just I saw the gameplay and was like, I want to try that. Remember what the particular like motivation to say like I want to try this particular game. But I suspect at the time I was looking for just kind of a chill game for stream, you know? Open world games can be fun. And especially in an internet world, it's reasonable to call somebody, to be expected to call somebody by their visible handle, you know? Like, whatever you present as. If it's somebody that you know or recognize well enough and they go by another name that they are okay with you using, then there's that. Layers, you know, there are layers of interaction in that regard. But if it's something that somebody has expressly asked you not to, now whether that is directly where they say don't call me this, or if they say, and again, you recognize this is a person that has asked this, you know, call me by X instead, it is polite to endeavor to do that, you know? Again, with chat like this, it can be difficult because it's not, you know, I'm interacting with a face. It's I'm interacting with a name next to some text. Sometimes you recognize folks. YouTube is making that tricky right now. Some people I will recognize and be able to call by more preferred handles because their, you know, their @ tag is similar. Some people I will recognize despite that. You know, all the fun. But ultimately, I think if somebody says, you know, don't call me that, then it's reasonable to, again, endeavor to do that. Same way with please call me that. It's reasonable to endeavor to do that. It costs you nothing to try. I say it, my memory does not reliably work for me. I remember a lot of things, and then I will equally forget a lot of things. Sometimes it's benign, you know, it's the you forget a word kind of thing. But sometimes I can be reminded. Do I remember weird details about a game that I may have played like decades ago? With much greater clarity than I remember names. Yep, some things just, you know, they just kind of stick. And some things, for whatever reason, just don't. particular type of tiny lizard, as well as a name for people used in some regions. It was also the name of the little survivor girl in the Aliens movie. You did not, Drew. What happened? Oh, nice. So the candles themselves survive being power washed, but the wax puddles under them get removed. Neat. Again, but go out of free aim mode. Here and nope, didn't jump properly. One more try. I'm doing this the hard way, but you know. Okay. Because I can just do this. It's the principle of the thing, though. Context is king. I wish we weren't in a situation where things like terms that are okay when I say it kind of terms have to exist, but there are plenty of them that do. There are a lot of things that can come down to generally, a lot of different things happen with different populations based on both general like isolation or access to different folks. For countless generations, we've been obeying a strict vow of silence until you turned up today, that is, and fulfilled your prophecy. The prophecy. Whilst the perpetual silence helped prevent petty arguments, it unfortunately left us unable to agree on a workable cleaning rota. A lot of streamers, as well as their chat, kind of develop a little kind of microculture, What's okay for some streamers in their chats is not okay elsewhere. Like, aside from if I say something or the mods say something, obey it. My other rule is don't be rude. What I mean by rude is likely going to be very different from other streamers. So... okay. Being able to see the positives and evaluate things accordingly is good. It doesn't mean you have to be positive, like, it's not that everything is good and okay. It's being able to look at things through a more complete lens and determine what the situation is actively like, and then how you're going to deal with it. Sometimes that answer is everything is good and I like it. Sometimes that answer is no, I do not like this, and this is what I shall attempt to do about it. Doesn't always mean you can do anything about it, but, but over time, generally, you will see a community as a whole kind of develops its own rules. Now, the situations that you're describing are largely people that don't seem to get the vibe, they try to push their own take onto the situation when it is made apparent that that's not what this area is like, you know? You know, the, oh no, that's a thing we do here kind of stuff. And if the environment isn't one that you like, then step one is generally get out of there as far as communities, if possible, you know. It's not universally applicable. You can't always just walk out the door. But when it comes to internet communities, that's step one. Don't be there if you're not liking it. It's less about surviving an internet community, and it's more about, like, enjoying an internet community. Like, again, if you go to a channel, if you go to a stream, or you run a video or something like that, and you don't like it, why are you staying there? Like, and this isn't, like, oh, you know, you're hate watching it or something. That's, you are enjoying it. There is a thing that you're getting out of this, you know? You know, you are setting out to make yourself angry. Mission accomplished. But if it's a, I don't like this, I legitimately don't like this, then, what you doing? You know, sticking your arm in a beehive and being like, this is really not enjoyable. I don't like that there are bees in these beehives. I greatly dislike the fact that they let bees sting people that stick their arm in beehives. Maybe take your arm out of the beehive. You know, step one. Oh, yeah, they're associated with that ancient religion. This is a big ol' sphere containing a sort of mock-up. Now, it's possible that this is some sort of tree, but it looks like to me a erupting volcano. Can't rule out that it's like a tree on a hill, you know? Ah, yes, the mythical Florida man. It's kind of interesting that the whole concept of Florida man isn't actually anything special. It's not really about Florida. I mean, people do weird stuff in Florida. A non-trivial amount of it is like, you know, travelers, vacationers. But the fact that the reason that people know about the concept of Florida man is that is a... There are regulations in place down there that have publicly available reports broadcast in that format. You know, Florida man or Florida woman charged with this. That is a regulatory requirement that they put out bulletins like that. So it's not so much that it is more prevalent there, it's just really visible. The orb. Plinth. Not a word that you frequently get to use outside of video games. Plinth. Alright, what's our next target? We're going to be climbing up on a lot of ladders in this one. We're also going to be relying a great deal on that find what I missed in this one, given the amount of, like, decorative architecture here. Lots of little fiddly bits, you know? Whoop. Oh. Get those oddities that develop in communities, those little in-jokes and terms that end up being sort of a like a secret handshake, you know? Being aware of the concept means that you're you're one of the you're on the inside. You're one of the real fans because you know that. Sometimes that is it's a thing that you learn. It's a thing that you see, like, oh, a community does that. Sometimes it's a gatekeeping thing. Like, you're not a real fan unless kind of thing. All varies based on each individual community. It can be really neat to see it, you know? One that could throw some folks off. There are some streamers who chat is kind of, on its surface, it looks like chat is really hard on the streamer. But it ends up just being again, kind of an expression of endearment. Like, we all know we're joking, kind of stuff. And that's another. I mean, it might be the sort of community that they've developed where that's almost to be expected, as far as, like, harsh criticism. If you are presenting yourself as, you know, the bestest boy at this game, and you completely drop the ball, then, you know, getting some flack is sort of to be expected. And even then, maybe the moderators crack down on people because the person doesn't like that. They don't take that criticism. But they're attracting a crowd. Their community is populated by people that do that sort of thing. That they will get in there and they will say, look at this guy who's pretending they're good. They really suck. Now and then, I try to remind people that if they're here for skillful precision gameplay, they've probably come to the wrong channel. Any perceived skill at a game is not guaranteed to continue in any fashion. So many little bits of dirt left over in these corners. Some of it's just an angle thing from where I am, so I'll be able to get them, but still. Anything that we can get from far enough away. Something we don't have to get a ladder for later. Why were we obeying a vow of silence, I hear you ask? I did not ask. You're about to discover that for yourself. I'm so excited I could pop. get some of the floor and reassess what our next target will be. Given that it amounts to kind of effectively a hobby, let's call it, furries crop up everywhere. They tend to be... There tends to be, like, combo cultures of every type that you'll get. So the subculture crops up in a lot of unexpected places for some folks. Yup. I think, like with a lot of groups, you will have the... Let's call them the obnoxious proselytizers. The ones that make it everybody else's business, you know? There are a lot of particular cultural overlaps with the sort of things that the furry communities do that often has them considered very welcoming communities. That is not always the case. There are some particular... And I'm going to say particularly weird, and I don't mean in the way you're probably thinking, subgroups that include furries specifically that you wouldn't expect. Like there are... What would it be? Furry groups that that unironically espouse Nazism. You'd think it would be incompatible, but there you are. But just like a lot of things, and we don't equate them, but it is the kind of group that suffers from internet memes. What was another? So, another overlap is furries in tech and often high-paid roles. And part of the overlap with that is that for people that get into the art and things like fursuiting, I said that weird, but get into that, those are expensive. That's not cheap. So there is a overlap with extra income. Oh no, that term is outside of Germany as well, Sambar, and uh, I would say they're at least as annoying everywhere else too. This is in generally that as a whole, today's stream is a good indication of. I try to promote a real laid-back atmosphere here. Yeah, we touch on some topics that can be, for some folks, a little touchy-er, but we go for a laid-back atmosphere. Something I want to feel folks make it feel comfortable for folks to have a conversation, a polite, actual conversation, you know? I actually absolutely don't encourage the debate me crowd. But, you know, we can all have a nice conversation and maybe learn something. Things can be like that. It's determining what you currently value, and I think that can be tough for some folks, is something that they did value has kind of a gravity to it. Like there's a lingering attachment, and that's okay. But there's also the attachment lingers purely because it lingered before, you know? And yes, there are things that I am like that about. There are things that I am intensely like that about. And that's fine. But there's also that, like, is it something that you actually want to let go? You know? And it's that determining, is this something that I actually want to let go, or do I just keep saying I want to let it go? You know? You know. Sometimes there will be that legitimate motivation to change behavior, but other times it's just... they're just saying that. Am I okay? Am okay. Something wrong with the stream? Has the sound gone wonky once more? Check to make sure Molly didn't step on the soundboard. She is the only one that does. All of the others cross over the soundboard. Molly is the only one that will plant her feet on those dials. She just sort of blunders her way across it. Like, if it was Sky, I would think it's on purpose, but Molly is just a klutz. Getting there. But no, if I go quiet and seem to kind of focus in, it is likely because I've locked into the game a little much. Oh no, Silent. That's just a... I didn't think I did, but that was just me commenting on the behavior of some folks. Sometimes people feel that they need to, like, that they're supposed to change, you know? But they don't really want to. It's not something they're actually setting out to do. Really not a place that you ultimately want to be, where your motivations don't actually line up. But no, in that circumstance, any change of tone was probably unintentional. Alright, we need to get way up there to see those properly. No worries, it's always good to seek clarity. Really help in a good conversation is making sure that we're all thinking of the same stuff. Oh, wow. Behold the Crypt of Secrets. I wanted to rename it to the Cryptic, but got overruled. No one has set foot inside it for over 700 years. Mysterious device is waiting for you down there, with messages from an old friend. Yep, ancient aliens. Deep lore in the temple interior job. Descend the stairs. Close the stairs off, then descend the stairs. Now, there's a gnome at the bottom. But you can see how filthy the 700 years has caused it to be, because it disappears when you use the pulse. I feel like the kind of dirt that this town accumulates, you really wouldn't want to touch at all. Like, again, there's something beyond the volcano, beyond anything else. There is something wrong in this place. A particularly nightmarish level of filthy that happens here. My guess is that the soap meter is actually tracking how much soap is in the world. Since, again, it replaces the dirt when it hits it. So I'm guessing the amount of surface of soap layer is what it's actually tracking. Not just the act of spraying soap. It's how much soap sticks, you know? That's my guess. And the soap sticks if it touches a dirt layer. We're doing this to clear the steps and also clear the edges of this area so I can actually see what I'm working with. We have maxed out the amount of soap we can deploy here. Other reason we used the soap was that the dirt was relatively thick. So it was taking narrower nozzles and more passes than I wanted. So I think we're now approaching the point where the weird of the plot in the second game is going to start kicking off. Because we already had a reference to the first game kickoff with the gem of the giant statue being stolen. Resulting in the beam going away. But that hasn't had a narrative payoff yet. Like, we know that it happened, and we know that the circumstances are kind of sus, but that's it. it's going to be this whole golden frame that needs to be cleaned up. The whole entrance arch is a thing. Should make it easier to clear since the individual portions are going to be less important. Just so. Switch to green. Biggest problem I have with using the Urban X sprayer is that it is bulkier than the Prima Vista, so it can take up more of your field of view. Which means we may go for the final Prima Vista as the actual one we get next. Not too much bulkier, though. Such big surfaces that they're being cleared off more easily than they otherwise would. Mark out the borders. Neck of my model, I don't have the ability to remove the lab coat on this model. A lot of gold in here. Hello, old friend. Your time-traveling pal, Cerulean Sky here. Remember when we neutralized Mount Rushless and saved the world together a couple of years back? Good times. That would be the alien, I believe. Well, we need your help again. Yeah, this is very much like the Sunken Temple in the first game. See if we can confirm. Okay, this is like So we have the pressure washer guy here. Masked individual with backpack and a device that's spritzing water. So the base level of the game, like the surface of the game, is that you pressure wash dirty stuff. There is actually a plot line in the first game. Spoilers, but the first game is old. In the first game, the mayor of the town, working with some like rich business person, had subjected a dormant volcano to a jet-borne laser device in, I can't remember what they were trying to get money out of it with, but they were trying to get money. But it was causing the volcano to it went active and was going to erupt. That was causing some of the dirt, like a layer of building ash from the volcano that kicked off the game. The mayor was starting to skip town during that, and through a series of different jobs, you uncover ancient relics from a forgotten civilization that lead you to a temple, which ultimately activates a device that saves the town. And that ancient temple, which contained iconography related to pressure washing, was put in place by aliens who went back in time. It is remarkably involved and deep for a game about pressure washing. Like, surprisingly involved and deep to the extent where the advertisements for this game, for the sequel, mention yes, the game has lore. Let's see, a walking house with, like, dragon body. Some sort of, like, looks like it's meant to be like a mining vehicle. We'll have to see what else we get here. The ancient temple in the first game had wall, like, murals like this that represented a lot of the levels in the original game. Just in a way that people that didn't understand what they were writing or what they were drawing, they didn't understand what it was. So it was very much like illuminated manuscripts, as far as, like, European history, where you would have people drawing pictures of creatures that they had never seen, described by people that didn't really have a grasp of what they were talking about. So stuff like how people describing a medieval explorer describing a giraffe, I believe is what led to the mythical creature, the Kirin. Because the one describing the creature would be kind of grasping at words for something they didn't quite know how to describe. And those words were then interpreted through the lens of another person who had no idea what they were describing. Yeah, it looks like we have both brothers there. Let's zoom in. Yep. We have Mason and Sherbet. We have Sky. Oh man, we've got 5 of them there. The only one that's not there is Molly. So you have Mason and Sherbet together on the left. On the right, you have Sammy. And then above her, you have Ember and Sky laying together. Okay. Molly is snoozing across from the keyboard. Happily, Molly only goes after the keyboard when she's sitting on my lap. She'll swat at the space bar and other keys as I try to press them. With areas that are extra filthy like this one, watch this. Where the dirt is everywhere, I find it really useful to just like carve the edges out so you can see where a wall is. Both functional, and it also means you're more likely to get those little dings of success, It is still one of the really good game design elements of PowerWash Simulator is that ding. I often refer to it as, you did good, here's a cookie. And there are plenty of games that I think need to pay attention to that kind of concept, is how are you informing the player that they did the right thing? What is your feedback? And how effective is it? Because there are plenty of games out there that the feedback that they use encourages the player to play the game, as far as the game is designed, wrong. Like, the optimal way to play the game, and often to enjoy the game is the real problem, is to play the game in a way that you are not supposed to. And this doesn't mean, novel ways to play, like speedrunners figuring out interesting stuff. I mean things like perverse incentives. Behavior interactive. Again, let's talk about Dead by Daylight again. There are several problems that have arisen in Dead by Daylight that they are still struggling to solve. One of them is on the killer monster side. And that's that not infrequently the killer will catch somebody, and then they will sit there and they will camp and make it so that that person cannot be rescued. And they will do that until they remove all of the players. There is counterplay to that, but if you're the person that's caught, the game sucks for you. Alternately, there is, if you injure everybody such that they're crawling on the ground and can't help themselves anymore, you will effectively you win, because then you can just pick each person up and kill them off one by one. Those are not the way the game is played, or is supposed to be played based on scoring and all of that. But it is also, as far as the game mechanics are concerned, the sometimes the best ways to do it. There are ways that you can combat that on the receiving side of them, but as far as victory conditions, the game encourages you to do that. There are behaviors on both sides of that fence that are poorly encouraged, but that's kind of the situation. You see, once we thought everything was back to normal, we hopped into our Universal Flux Orbiter to go home to 2278. Unfortunately, we were prevented from doing so by an even more cataclysmic event in your very near future. After a brief panic, we knew what we had to do. Travel back to the ancient pacifists. Together, we devised a plan. But when we tried to travel forward to enact it, we ran out of time fuel and dropped out in the year 1289. Luckily, there was one building nearby that we knew was still standing in your time, this temple. From here, we could send a message forward to you. Our only hope, providing this phone's battery holds true. So it is. They discovered another one, and they tried to go back to the ancient civilization of the temple that we encountered in the first game. But they couldn't get back forward in time, and stopped off here, and essentially did it again. So we have... So we have a moving house that has, like, a dragon head and legs. We have some sort of, like, armored bug-looking thing that seems to be breaking rocks. We have what is presented as a fiery dragon with wheels that the power washer is inside. That says train to me. Then we have a wheeled structure with a tall pole in the center and animals on the various tiers. But yeah, with any game, you need to make sure that the motivations that you are presenting, what encourages the player to do particular things, work. Sometimes it just has to be the story is compelling and the player moves forward because they want to see the rest of the story. Fantastic. But you need to figure out what that payoff is and make sure that you're giving it to the player in a way that tells them this is how you progress, this is what you're supposed to do. That is something I will inevitably be facing as I'm moving forward with my game's gameplay elements, is making sure that what the player is supposed to do is what the player themselves wants to do. How many times per week do I stream? I try to... My goal is to stream at least 5 days a week. Generally, what that means is that I will start 4 p.m. U.S. Central Time on every day except Monday and Friday. That doesn't mean that I won't, but that's what I'm trying to make my schedule. It is not stable, but that's the goal. On Saturdays and Sundays, I can generally try to start earlier if things line up right. But I do post to the streams a little in advance on YouTube, and I try to make sure that I let people on the Discord know what my plans are. Like, if I know there's not going to be a stream or that there should be a stream, then I will try to call out there. Working on it. Trying to do better. We have one big windowed thing with animal over top. Then a lot of little things under it, little pods. I'm guessing this is a ski, a ski resort kind of thing, with like the little gondolas, because we have what looks like skis, then we have pods, and we have a big building with windows. If you do happen to miss a stream, shameless plug, I do have all of the VODs on YouTube. I believe they're recorded on Twitch as well. This is some sort of flying device. Yeah, these are all illuminated manuscript style, we don't know what we're looking at kind of things. So, a house with dragon parts, an armored bug digging. I really have to assume this is some sort of train. Some sort of, like, layered thing with animals. Could be... this could be like a merry-go-round or something like that. Again, ski resort is my guess here. Though potentially these could be like boats. And then some sort of flying thing. These will be levels in some way. Can be the nature of the thing. It can be, for some folks, it's the me talking and the music. Sometimes it's a conversation. People stick around for their own reasons, you know? I'm glad you found something to enjoy about it. Being entertaining in some fashion is kind of the goal. Okay, still have the central pillars and... Oh, this is a smartphone. That's my old phone, all right. I'd recognize that distinct lack of features anywhere. There's our obligatory gnome on this level. So this foam was placed there by the time travelers. Now, and I think that might be the gimmick of the unknown number, but it could be anything. We'll have to see if there's further about it, you know? Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. There, let's soap down this, these pillars. They so improved the soap mechanic. "3 a.m. is getting pretty late there. / early, however you want to look at it. All we need you to do is take out the heartstone of the pacifist desert statue, give it a quick 180 flip, and pop it back in again. Couldn't be simpler. You'll know when the time is right. Oh, and don't worry about us. We love it here in the past. After all that jet setting, it's really nice to stay put somewhere, fourth dimensionally speaking. get these dragon statues before the soap. It's a little easier to deal with soaping everything because these have weird contours to them as far as getting the soap on them. Upper archway covered. Looks like the murals are indicating something with the moon. Because each of them in the corner has... like, there's something breaking apart. We have what I'm guessing are lunar phases here. So it might be indicating a... like a timeline. No, I can't really recall anyone in particular there, Sam. Not to say that there haven't been any good conversations, but I don't think anyone that I can point to and say, yeah, that was wild, you know? Oh, the butterfly symbol is blue sky. I do post stream notifications to Twitter, but I don't really use Twitter. I use that instead. It's less awful. That's a low bar, but, you know. I actively like the posts that I see on that. Also, if you check my video descriptions or in the profile on Twitch, I believe there's a URL for a LinkTree account, and I have all the links to my various channels there. Getting there. We're getting there on this one. Kind of a shame that you can't upgrade the floor washer. Once you've got enough power in the default one, you can just sort of use a wider nozzle and get better results. But if nothing else, it's a good early thing. Great plan there from Cerulean. Only one problem. Someone's stolen the gems. Yep. And there's our hook into what is likely to be the mayor's evil scheme. Okay. In regards to the game, so one of the things that we need to do is we need to get some further sprite art in. I need to finish up the yarn ball weapon. I need to get some art for an actual set of tiles, probably multiple of them, and try to make a level in a pure bitmap sense like I've got set up. I have some thoughts on getting a visual map editor, but for the time being, we'll just go with a bitmap set. Since that's what the data files look like. If I get a visual editor, I can short-circuit part of the map loading process as it currently stands. Right? They really did do a good job with the way the soap works in this one. It's functional. It doesn't have the feel that you shouldn't use it as far as resources are concerned. And there is a fundamental choice with using it that you're making. Is it worth a second pass? Because you have to make one pass to apply the soap, and then another pass to remove it. If in that time I could do I could just do 2 swipes, that would generally end up being faster. But if it might take more than that, or it would be slower because the nozzle has to be narrower, then the soap might be the better idea. For the soap to work, first you have to apply it over the dirt in this, and then you have to go over it with water again to get rid of it. So applying the soap by necessity is doing one full pass of all of the dirt. Your cursor is going to go over all of the dirt. And it only works at this scale. The nozzle is only this big for the dirt, or for the soap dispenser. So if I could use a wide nozzle and just swipe it once or twice, then the soap doesn't do me any good. It slows me down. But if I might have to use a narrow nozzle over the area, then the soap is probably going to help. Once the soap is down, you don't really need any pressure at all to rinse it off, and it will remove any of the dirt that was under it. May actually make this one the last one. Getting a little bit drowsy here. But we'll see. Hey, Sprucey, are you free to come back to the house to wash down my car and trailer? Fantastic. The way the water hit the wood and all that was amazing. We hope that the wash was as illuminating for you as it was for us. Now head forth and fulfill the rest of your prophecy. Let's see how far we get into it. Still no sign of Karen, despite the absence of the merman hum. But I have at least now received this single text message. What's taking you so long? Wink emoji. I replied with a question mark, but got nothing back. I need you to clean my car and trailer so I can watch and get into the deep, meditative state needed to work out such a fiendish conundrum. I feel like what we're going to find out is that she left like a note for him for where she was going, and he just hasn't figured it out yet. Yeah. There's Ulysses. Bubbles. And there's Squeak. I mean, I wouldn't put it past this game to have a another alien. Yeah, the gentle white noise ambiance. Now I can focus. I think that was a message from her. Actually, no, that's... Yeah, okay, that's them saying they have to get into a state ready to think. You can sometimes find interesting stuff if you look around in this. In the sequel here, there's always the 3 cats, Ulysses and her 2 kittens, as well as a lawn gnome. In the first game, it was always a lawn gnome and signs that the cat Ulysses had been there, like paw prints and the like. So we can't see it, but originally the ancient statue that has been referred to by the time travelers, its beam would pass overhead here. That is the merman hum that they mentioned. Car has a lot of little parts that count as being cleaned individually. That's odd. I just found some coordinates hidden in an unfinished, very hard Sudoku puzzle. Normally, Karen would polish one of those off in seconds, not to face it like that. See if we can catch him being all cozy on camera here. Very classic style camper here. All curvy and chrome. For a while, and I don't know if it still is, but for a while there was a trend of, you know, the van life, or building whole actual like house level stuff inside of these. What's she done that for? She moved my theodolite on the balcony to the point to on the balcony to point at a very specific point near Power Falls. Where this kind of thing, either a van or a camper, would be converted to be like a full house, and it was presented as if it were a way to live cheap off the grid kind of thing. Often leaving out the part where the people that did it were already independently wealthy. So, and everything they were doing was kind of subsidized if it didn't go perfectly. Which, people mimicking them would not necessarily have. If your home got towed, you're kind of up a creek. There's another one of those trends that lives in the same space as, tricks and hacks. They're designed to get clicks, not to and sell products, not to actually work. Which does kind of circle us back to does your game, does your product encourage people to do what you actually want them to do? Covers the game discussion, also covers that AI advertisement discussion. Even if the ad is terrible, is it getting the people that you're actually aiming at to do what you want them to do? Kind of like the whole premise of gacha games. It's, you are targeting a broad group to get them into the game, but you're really trying to reach a very particular subset of people who will give you lots of money for stuff in your game. So if those terrible ads are actually working for them, then they're going to keep doing it. Hey, Lunar. Yep, gambling addicts and people that are in similar people with similar kind of mental vulnerabilities. Gambling addiction, fear of missing out, that kind of thing. Hey, Suddy, any chance you're free to help out at the Aurelius Theater in Bucketon? Oh, that looks terrifying. Looks like the whole interior of the place is made of mud. How you doing, Lunar? As of today, we have reached the point in PowerWash Simulator 2 where weird stuff is going down. We've discovered that the order of monks that took a vow of silence, the vow of silence monks who egged the mayor's house in the first game, were actually keeping their silence in order to keep a secret, which was a prophecy that was to be given to us on like a particular day. Because the time travelers who helped us avert disaster in the first game weren't able to go fully back to the future because of a second disaster that was going to happen. And when they tried to go back and set up the another solution using the pacifist civilization from the first game, they couldn't fully complete it, and instead had to stop off in like the 1200s and encountered the monks in that temple, who they gave a new prophecy to that was ultimately delivered to us. So yeah, PowerWash Simulator, PowerWash simulating again. I mean, going forward in time, a short period of time is apparently easy. But apparently it also needs time travel fuel if you want to go further. Faster. This is really beyond the pale. The book we wrote together is left open on a map of the rushless area, and she's drawn a huge X on it. Well, I've solved the puzzle. She is trying to tell you that she married a very stupid man. Or at least a very dense man. Apparently that's not an option. It seems like it's just purely fourth dimensional travel. Like, you gotta throttle, you know? They have to get in the car, make sure it's full of time gas, and then they, you know, turn the key and hit the time throttle. Get up to time speed and travel along the fourth dimension. They're presenting the guy as like the goofy, absent-minded professor type, with his wife being much more aware of circumstances around her. She has given this man easy hints, you know? Like, the first tip he encountered was coordinates. Then the theodolite pointed at a, like, towards where the coordinates are. A big X on a map of the area. I'm waiting for the last one to be a post-it note on the fridge that says, "Go here, stupid." What's up? Heard from Lou at the gas station that you're who I need to help make a splash at my motel refurb. As is tradition, if we can avoid using the ladders, we shall do so. How long have I been going, Colin? We're on about 4 1/4. Plus a little bit. Wait a minute. I'm denser than Paraditite. Karen set one of her puzzles for me. Here I come, Karen, ready or not. I like where there's the moment where he realizes, wait a minute, and you think he's going to realize what all of these obvious puzzles were pointing to, and he's like, this is a puzzle. that gnome. I try to stream longer when there's more to stream and that, you know, sanity is still high enough to do so. Door handle, trailer bed, trailer hitch lever. Okay. Nice. Let's see. I have a limited supply of sanity, which must be assessed on a daily basis. Sprucey, the car and trailer look fantastic, and I benefited from that deep clean just as much as they did. I'm heading off now to see what Karen's up to. Wish me luck. Okay, before we get to our next target, let's check the shop here. To get to the final set, we're looking at about... we're looking at least 10,000 with an extra... Let's see here. With an extra 4,000, so we can't quite hit that yet. Adaptable, turbo nozzle, and the double turbo nozzle. Dual rotating 108 is 0-degree nozzles that make short work. Okay, the Max Prima Vista has the Trident. The P is cosmetic points. That's for, like, different outfits and whatnot. So you have cosmetic monies, and then you have equipment monies. I wonder when we'll unlock different appearances for the washers. Furniture, we'll get that and that. Ooh, bubbly. We're using this one currently. Yeah, we're trying to spend those points as they build up, because apparently they can cap out. I kind of still want... this one. I mean, it looks ridiculous. But the high-intensity washer I'd be very interested in. This still is a, like, This is 3 focused nozzles, which gives you more coverage while still having the focus on. But I'm curious of that thing. Can't tell, though. Can't tell. But we've had good luck with the lower version of this, so we'll see. Theater was the next one. Oh, wow. Opening week of Driving Me Barking has come and gone, and well, it hasn't gone exactly to plan. What a mess. Okay, so it's a movie theater, I guess? I mean, what happened during opening week? Is this, is this the horrifying social media trend that was the chicken jockey thing? Yeah, see, that's splatter. So right there, there's a blast pattern there. Same with this. Right here, you can see spray to the side, spray downward. That is impact. Hello, gnome. Honestly, look at the state of the place. What was I thinking? Okay, tell us what you did. I'm really curious as to what you did. Like, did he take that sort of primal scream thing that happened at the tea house and say we should do that during a movie showing? Here's your complimentary dirt clods. Wing them at the screen. Jeff, coming soon. The Aurelius Theater. So Jeff is probably referencing, I think it's Jeff Jefferson is the prior mayor. The one who is, the one who owns an airship and is definitely not involved in the theft of the gem from the statue that is apparently needed to avert another disaster. I wouldn't be able to say there, Sandbar. I mean, the cats have got to get involved soon. Because apparently the time travelers, at least as far as right now, exist in the past. Like, their now, like, my now is their now back in that time. Again, time travel shenanigans. Things get weird. But their message to me at this time was, we like it back in this time where we set up this message for you. Like, they had directly contacted me. You mean my now or your now? Like, now or then now? Because once you've got time travelers involved, that generally asserts the fourth dimension as a travelable plane. Resulting in things getting very weird and hard to write well. You can hear the cats. I bet they're in there. Yep. Doesn't look like I can pick this up, so it is meant to just be moved in place, you know? Yep. Apparently, his model is close enough that I get the prompt to pet him. You can kind of... No, it's you are... Yeah, we are close enough to pet Ulysses and Squeak, but Bubble is over there. And that's frequently the problem with time travel stories, Lunar, is that they very quickly break their own rules, you know? Yeah, I suppose I was thinking big. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Family blockbuster of the year, 4-quadrant audience, a director's dream. It's the wrong button. That's not how it panned out. superhero movies in general are very prone to, oh wait, look over there, problem solutions. They're often fine for what they are, but... often the plot holes are real, you know? Oh, nice. Not uncommon with some of the maps where often the dirt is positioned such that from the viable fields of view you can get to it. Even if that means, like, from an actual this is what the mess looked like, it wouldn't make sense that they wouldn't have hit here too, you know? Okay. Some of it almost looks like smoke damage running up some of the pillars there. At the top of these, since, oh, there's speakers up there too. Setting recommendations? I have no idea. Primary thing I did was look through all of the configurations to find anything related to, and thanks for swinging through, Sam. Find any settings related to, like, AI agents and disable them. Copilot is crawling all over Windows now. Opening night there were 7 people. One of them immediately fell asleep, and the others laughed as soon as they saw the dog car. They weren't supposed to. Thanks for swinging through, Sam. Well, hopefully I'll be able to get that back down somehow. There we go. Had to get it from the other side. All right, let's see. Okay, quick break, folks. Be right back. And we're back. Sure, been moved. I don't know that the cats are the time travelers, but I feel like the cat has to be in some way important. At the very least, it's going to be a plot point, given that the mayor, who is definitely not evil, has indicated that they intend to take it back. So there will be a plot beat about that. Within the next couple of levels, we should be pretty close to being able to get the new, or the final Urban X one. Because we can use default nozzles on it and get the kind of super nozzle later. Sneeze. All right. There are leaves piled up in the corners. Definitely in what did you do territory. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Sammy. Sammy has started to demand, not nearly as frequently as Ember, but she wants to be held on my left shoulder. Now, I would say, like, oh, that means I could hold Ember there, too. It's, no. Sammy is noticeably bigger than Ember. And noticeably heavier than Ember. So I would say, 2/3 of the torso here. She needs much more attention, or she becomes very plaintive. Yes. Right. Very much not just a you must hold me situation. This is a I must be cradled and back scratched and ears scratched. Otherwise, she will shout in my ear. Used to be, like, originally, it was very rare that she'd crawl onto my lap. She kept distant. Uh, then she started infrequently, then a little more frequently, and it's only just within the past couple weeks that she crawls up on me like this. Right. Yeah. He is pushing on the underside of my chin right now. He says, "You've been streaming for a while." Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I walk through the door, they will all be kind of gathered in the immediate vicinity, and all of them need their individual back rub / ear scratches. Second night, we had even less, just 4 students from the film school who'd already seen everything else. They were in hysterics all the way through. Poor film guy having a crisis of faith here. sign to this little arch thingy. There's just so much going on in this one, it's hard to kind of carve out space. Also a relatively confined space. Like, is not big theater. Passes here. We'll get the stage. Continue around the other pillars. We end up nice. Relatively fancy venue, but it's got a lot of trappings to it that have the... This is a converted old stage theater. I can't deny I was pretty incensed at this point. So many hours in the editing suite for this ridicule. Don't they know how hard it is to make a sequel? Then it got even worse. One of the earlier maps was cleaning off the dog car that is central to the movie that he's talking about. And at some point, you just have to kind of lean into how bad it turned out, you know? You know, it's the opposite of what they did with Morbius. Acknowledge that things went badly. Salvage value. But I get the feeling the guy's going to have tried to, like, double down with some sort of gimmick. Which resulted in this horrible mess. Man, even got the drama masks top and center. Definitely a ye olde theater. Like I mentioned, the ad reel, the trailer for the sequel for PowerWash 2, has a, you know, and deep lore. Yes, lore. Because that was so novel to people that it has become something that is a bullet point. So if your movie is terrible, figure out, or at least is getting the reaction that you don't want. Figure out what that reaction is and why, and lean in. It's like everybody was laughing. Are they laughing because it's so terrible, or are they laughing because it's funny and you don't see it? You know? Like, you thought it was going to be very serious. No, it turned out to be hilarious. Figure out why, reframe it as a comedy. I mean, it's either that or burn it down and then never speak of it again. Because you know there are already reviews out there that show what people found so funny about it. So any change is going to be very clearly in opposition to that. And it was very funny is going to be hard to win against. Alternately, if it was very funny and you didn't notice up front why it was very funny, how do you know how to correct it? The third night, those same students came back, but this time they brought more friends. 20 of them, all mocking my work. Fourth night, and there were 40, all crying with laughter. This is very quickly turning into a cheesy villain monologue. I'll teach them to laugh at me. Dare they ridicule my great work? My super death ray is done, they'll learn the error of their ways. Now, I could understand if having, like, seen them laugh and then he asked them what's funny, and it's that they are legitimately saying your work is terrible and we mock you for it, you know? Okay, there's some legitimate resentment there, but it could be, good job, it's such a funny movie. Hey there, Lore. How's it going? Waiting to hear what this guy's convoluted revenge scheme ended up being. And last night, the place was completely full, and it gets worse. Can you imagine the temerity? Everyone was dressed up as characters from the film, lampooning every scene. I mean, you saw the state of the place. They really went at it. Okay, it was a chicken jockey scenario. Where the fans got, you know, extra stupid. Yeah, the indication is the first few folks saw it, assumed it was meant to be a comedy because of how funny it was to them. And then it started to take off, like, amazing success. And we're getting very strong "they mock my work" vibes from the creator of it. I'm not familiar with the name there, Tass. Who is this individual that should lead it? And why? It sounds very familiar, but the room is not ringing any bells. You'll have to send me a link or something so I can understand what I'm forgetting, most likely. From what I have seen of Morbius, clips and descriptions and whatnot, it is definitely a film that takes itself too seriously. But no, I love how the guy is describing, like, an unintentional breakout success. Like, he has a cult classic on his hands. That is a good point. A lot of comic book movies try to be, well, they try to present themselves as the narrative presents it, but not as, like, it would play out if you actually dramatize it. Because a lot of the themes are just inherently silly. Oh, that's right. That was the one where they had, like, Spider-Man stuff all over the trailers, but, you know, that wasn't in the movie at all. Morbius, I mean. Suddy, I just heard from the theater. They want to extend our run by a month. Apparently we're all over the socials. Any idea what that means? Yeah, this is a guy that's just out of touch. Like, look at this. The indication that we're getting is that this guy considered this a serious movie. And everybody else saw the poster and was like, this is gonna be hilarious. Let's go. If I recall, the reason that we were cleaning the car is that there is a scene where the car goes through, like, just gets filthy, and then the dog car is taken to the dog groomers to get cleaned off. It's great how the guy is describing, like, each day the number of people, like, doubles coming in, and he was looking at it as like, oh, this is terrible, they're mocking me. It's an ever increasing number of people are paying money to see your film, and you didn't stop to ask, but why, if they hate it so much? You have a lesson to learn here. You have data that you could be extracting. But no, his reaction is clearly, I don't understand what the youth of today like vibes. Let's get more of the edge spaces here because, I mean, at least they're potentially ADA compliant here. The area around the chairs is almost inevitably going to be a bit of a hassle. At least I assume it will be. The chairs will likely get in the way. Not only a ramp, but it's a nice ramp. I mean, when we were watching the dog car, it really did have that. I am brilliant, and this will be, this will be a masterpiece that will make me famous. So I doubt they were aware that it wasn't a, and this was a property that they purchased. It wasn't a, it wasn't their original piece kind of thing. It is a reboot kind of sequel. So in a way, yeah, it does have a lot of the same vibe as the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like, how many times did they try to make a Hulk movie before they got one that was reasonable? Can't believe it. I've heard from the Cine City in Detergento and the Ultraplex in Washingham. They want to show it too. Sonny, what's going on? You're out of touch, Grandpa. Go have a seat. I mean, I say that, but I am blithely unaware of most of the memes from probably within the last year, usually. I don't know that that's, like... I wouldn't consider that a bad thing. I mean... some of the real trendy memes are just awful. Which, I mean, I think is true of any, like, social trend that gets taken really far. Like, people just go wild with it. I mean, circling back around, chicken jockey. There's some other movies. Oh, one of the Minions movies. People did that too. Effectively, where the trend was, how big of a set of jerks can we be to a theater? But couch it as part of a trend. Like, okay, but do you realize your little social media trend is just vandalism? That's just vandalism. Neat. Kind of like, what was it? I can't remember the name of the bank, but it was it was the such and such bank hack where people were depositing fake checks and then withdrawing cash based on whatever value the fake check would grant them at deposit, because the bank would assume or would grant you a period of, like, okay, you can have access to this much money on the assumption that the check will clear. So they would take out the cash, and then some of them would then go and think, oh, I have got this cool trick. I now have infinite money. It was referred to as the infinite money glitch. That's right. That's just check fraud. Your cool social media trend is check fraud. I was just doing it to be cool. Yeah, but the thing you were doing was a crime. You did a crime. It's that, oh no, the consequences of my actions. The added bonus of a lot of those situations is that because it's a challenge, or it's a it's a cool thing that you should be doing because it's the in thing, or it's a thing that will get you advantage, is that it is almost inevitably submitted in video form to a major social media site. So not only did you do the crime, you provided every bit of evidence that would be necessary to convict you of the crime. Often with captions. you thought this plan through very well. Was another one. Even worse were the people that faked doing things. Like, they would go into a store or something like that, and they would fake doing something that would be illegal, let alone the ones that did. You know, they would pretend that they were going to shoplift or something. And then, you know, when caught during the portion that made it look like they were going to shoplift, again, on video, they would then say, oh, haha, no, it was a joke. Like, no, they're going to end up calling the police, and they're going to, like, show the footage of you putting something in your pockets, and getting caught by security, and then say, oh, but I wasn't actually going to steal it. You know, no, it's my roommate's car. He was going to let me borrow it, really. I feel like this guy, you know, it's like, maybe they should make sure to warn the other theaters in advance. Put down some tarps. There have been plenty of goofy trends. Now, you know, inevitably people will take some of them too far. You know, they'll turn it into something dangerous, and then there will be an overreaction to it. This is the life cycle of these things. I recall that's how it went down with, some time ago, there was planking, where, you know, people would essentially lay flat and act as if rigid in odd places. Which, you know, was silly social media post material until people started trying to find more and more outrageous places, leading to, you know, trespassing, disruption, doing it on a train track nonsense. And then the inevitable overreaction that, you know, it's a scourge amongst the youths, and we must put a stop to it. Like, no, maybe just, you know, put out a notice that, you know, like, oh, we know you're super enthusiastic about this, but, you know, you will be charged if you trespass. Just throwing that out there. Maybe think about it. Just a little. And perhaps if you're going to, don't live stream it. Some suggestions. Movie theaters are an interesting example of an institution that, in many cases, refuses to adapt and is willing to throw money at continuing to exist in the format that people don't want. So, theaters have become expensive on top of being something that you must travel to. So generally it's get in a car on transit, go to theater, then pay an excessive price for the entertainment, and then pay, multiple times the value of some snacks, sit through advertisements for the theater and other products, then watch the production and travel back. So a huge commitment of time and a non-trivial commitment of monies. During the pandemic, you have the combination of people not having the option of going there, and followed by the revelation that, hey, I actually like watching movies in my home, which is something comfy to me, as opposed to watching them in a theater for a premium price. And plenty of theaters looked at that and said, well, that's just because of the pandemic. We need people to come into the theaters again. So all of those, we're going to launch things on streaming deals, dried up in the face of theaters and the like pushing back, as well as traditional studios pushing back on it, because they still thought in a mindset of release day ticket sales and all of that for how to rate their production. Now, some theaters were already ahead of the curve on this in that they changed it from a, this is the only way to go see a movie. Here is the ticket for your frayed and, bubblegum encrusted seat jam-packed in with other people. And, took out half to 2/3 of the seating, replaced them with really comfy chairs, and sometimes included, meal service and whatnot with some of them. Fully reserved seating, good chairs, nice comfy ones. Quality food for value. And that turned it around in some places. It went from being a thing that was hey, let's go out, we'll get food, and maybe we'll see a movie, to we're actually going to see a movie. That is the whole destination. That is the whole event. And it is seen as of value. But, there are places that did not either get that memo or refuse to read that memo. And that's going to range, either from we don't want to commit the resources to improve things, and we mustn't underestimate the I'm too lazy to improve factor, or too cheap to improve despite what it might actually gain 2 years down the road instead of next year. Or just the refusal to assume that things have changed, or to allow for things having changed. I send this up. Do I get more room? No. First time in this game that I think I've encountered the situation where it's not just awkward, it's like you can't actually fit in a space that you really want to be able to. Alright, what do we got? Wow, a lot. Missed all kinds of stuff. Hello there, drunken dwarf. Welcome. We're in the midst of an extra long session of PowerWash Simulator 2. It'll be up on the top of it. I don't know that I'll end up trying it, but there's one that's like a horror survival supermarket game, which looks like a composite of a lot of recent horror titles. I don't know that I'll try it because survival horror for me gets kind of tiresome. There are kind of genre tropes that I don't like. But there are also some interesting aspects to it that might be fun. Hello, Sky. Hello. Hello. They are all very confused that I'm still streaming. Can't remove this thing, so... I have not heard of this, Drunken Dwarf. What is the, What does this include? That one. There we go. Time lapse. All right. Should be interesting. Genius with that thing. The deposit's in the can. Okay, people don't fully get my vision yet, but at least they're enjoying themselves. And you know what all this means, right? I can get straight to work on driving me up the wall about an all-terrain vehicle powered by the brain of a gecko. Yes, people will totally take that seriously. Thanks for coming. You already know from Lou at the gas station that since the new interstate opened, there's been next to no passing traffic here. So, in order to survive, we had to think on our feet and get folks to come to us. Which is why we're going to be converting our motel to the ultimate relaxation station. There's probably silly sticky notes there, Drunken Dwarf. That's kind of the catch-all for, like, images and videos and whatnot. Trust me, people are going to come from all over for our little pockets of pure bliss. Pockets of pure bliss sounds like they might be selling substances. You know, if it was like our little pocket of pure bliss, referring to the whole facility, yes, but like they're numerous. They are a commodity that people would be coming to look for. I'll have to take a look. The Genesis Super Nintendo conflict era is both amusing for the advertisements that we got out of it, you know, if for no other reason than the phrase Nintendon't. But also sad because it was really the genesis, haha, of the console wars. The idea that it became a sort of fight. And that has just carried on and on. It's fun, the names in different areas. Welcome to the Den of Zen. Obviously, we haven't started on the outside yet, but the rooms are ready to go. I'll take you through our services, just in case you'd like a tranquil breather yourself once you're done. I believe in the US, the original Sega was the Master System. And then, you know, as just mentioned, we had the Genesis as the next one. Sometimes you have to wonder why they changed the name. You know, sometimes it's going to be like trademark conflicts. Like, there's already one of these in this country, so we can't use that name. Kind of stuff. Then extra sad are when you get products and name changes that are expressly because it's clear the company doesn't think very well of the country it's going into. My favorite example of that is a Final Fantasy title. In the United States, it was called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I don't know if it was the same thing in, like, you know, European areas. But in the US, it was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Its Japanese title, I believe, was Final Fantasy USA. And it was called that because it was a Final Fantasy title that had been... I don't think they used the term dumbed down, but that's effectively what they said. We're going to make it easier and more accessible for your region. Which wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't have been as bad if it was only released in this region because they thought it was a title that would sell better in that region and that it would be an accessible entry into the series. It's like, but no, you named it after the country. Like, that is absolutely a dig. Now, if they had done that recently, I kind of feel like it would be justified that, you know, people look at this country and say, like, yeah, maybe we should put some training wheels on this. Want to overtax the little noggins, you know? The bubbles. Squeak. And there's Ulysses. Got the abseiling rig. Or where we're going to put that. I mean, it could be anywhere along those edges. again, I mean, the excuse for some of the mess in these areas is like, okay, I get that you're saying that's what it was, but even given that excuse, this is genuinely impressive. Like, they're saying that it's just like with the gas station. They're like, oh yeah, the place isn't getting as much business, and it's because of the interstate. No, it's probably because of the caked goo oozing down from the roof. I feel like that's going to be something that is going to turn people away. Your motel should not have stalactites. You know, there's dirty carpet and questionable sheets and the like, and this is an abandoned building that you've put a sign out in front of. Totally a motel. Don't worry about it. So at the gas station, they mentioned a gigantic vehicle that looked like, you know, a house on wheels. I wonder which. I feel like that's got to be one of the things referenced in the murals. So is that going to be the dragon thing? Maybe the big walking chicken house? Dragon house, but had a chicken vibe to it. It's still fun that there is, again, lore to speculate about in this game. Like, what's gonna happen? As we... I feel like the handprints, including those of a very small child, in the filth on your building, is not going to attract customers. I feel like this is more going to be confirmation that the building is haunted. Like, you're gonna die if you come to this place for their little, you know, spa treatment. Because, I mean, they said that they got the rooms ready. Like, they're ready to go. They just need to work on the outside a little, and it's... What does ready constitute in this case? Like, what did you do on the inside that you felt that you could... that you would be ready? Put another way, how did whatever that you put into those rooms not become hopelessly damaged and degraded on its way in through this muck? Like you needed your waders to get in here. I mean, we can't really be surprised. Again, one of the early levels in the first game was a playground that was equally caked in filth. And the reason that you're there is that parents were starting to complain that their kids would come home from the playground itchy. It was so filthy that it was causing skin infections. And it was only because it had gone that far that they decided maybe we need to clean it at all. So I guess this is par for the course. This is something that you would sleep in. This is a place that you'd look at and say, yes, this is where I want to close my eyes and be unconscious for any period of time and feel safe doing so. Well, fresh towels, you'd need them. But again, I would have grave concerns about any sort of, like, fabric that I received in this place. Like, the pool has taken some, like, collateral spray from me going around it. But what must the water have looked like in here? Like, the algae must have been impressive. Like, solid coating. Frogs didn't need lily pads. They could just walk. You had to punch a hole to get into the water. It's like ice fishing, but slimier. I mean, it's not like middle of nowhere roadside motels are known for being high quality, but really. It's like a competition to lower the bar here. I mean, there's piles. It's not just a stain. It's not like, you know, the concrete has accumulated debris and whatnot that has caused it to be discolored. It's not like there's just, you know, dust and whatnot from the surroundings. That's goo. That's, again, that's piles of stuff that has accreted. It is accumulated beneath sills. It has dripped down. Guess I shouldn't be too surprised. This is, you know, in the vicinity of the gas station that had weird purple pink bubble stains. Like, they weren't gasoline pools or oil stains. They were in two strange places for that, and the gas and oil stains were presented as black, not neon pink and purple. You know, oil is normally presented as, or would normally be iridescent, not luminous. Persistence. Okay. At least the thing's sturdy. If I do a wide pass there, you can see the layers that form. You can also see some of the debris kick up when we are spraying over it. Like little chunks will spray out. I mean, simultaneously, the way that they're presenting this place is these are people that have adapted. or that are working on adapting. It's, the way that we were operating before will no longer work. What do we need to do? Like, what could we do to turn this around? And while we don't know, ultimately how successful the plan would be, it is at least something that they're trying. Giving it a go. Just gonna bit thick on this wall here, so. See how much more we can get away with here. You can only have so much soap active at once. Looks like we had enough. Are very blue. Makes you wonder or be concerned about what's in this soap. Because it can dissolve just about anything. Condiments, dirt, all kinds of stuff. Which implies that it can dissolve / break up organic and inorganic matter. I mean, I guess it's really good we're in this full-body suit. path just yet. All right, up we go. Was the water impacting the surface, but it really sounded like the pile of muck went squish when I went through it. To be at least green to cut through this stuff. Probably cover as much ground on the concrete portion with yellow, but green is plenty for the edge of the roof. Probably looking at like 1500 territory before we can get the next washer. In our blue rooms, we have our economy option, River Blessings. Pop yourself on a sunken waterbed and let the sounds of the Kalakalama River wash over you. You might already be overly familiar with that sound, though. I think, though, this might be a good break point for the night. We made a lot of progress, and we've been playing for quite a bit, so I think we can call it for now. Wanted to amp up the progress that we're making through the game, since we're going to be resuming our coding streams. So we need to make sure that we continue progress so that we're not playing this, forever. we got other things we want to touch on too. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of that stuff. It helps the channel grow. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through Patreon, Coffee, platform-specific means like memberships, subscriptions, bits, and super chats, and all of that. Let me check. I do know that somebody did do a small super chat today. Where did they do that through? This one? Yeah. Local Therian did a super chat today, so thank you very much again. Oh, But with all that said, folks, the spiel has gone off the tracks. All right, though, folks. I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.